Maybe more. Imagine. This is the thing. Kings. It's in early access. It is in live, active development. There are kings. This time, 7 out of 9 kings are implemented. Mystery kings remain. Been mostly running the base class, King of Nothing. I'd like to try to get it fully leveled up just to know how far that goes. I've unlocked the beginnings of levels further beyond in difficulty, as you do. This is one of your run-based, card-driven, what-have-yous. King has a core set of 9 cards that are theirs. King has a fortress that is the heart of the operation. There's a perk grid. Unlock pieces to put onto and then put onto. Create builds and plans. Where all the ones that are in gray here are universal. These blue tinted ones are specific to the Nothing King. Every other king has their own set of specified perks. At a given time, you are at war with some number of the other kings. These are the pool of factions that you can fight. Your own faction is always available to fight by way of rebellion. You have 3 life. Run out of life. You're done. You have a grid onto which to place buildings. Well, onto which to place anything card related. The first of which is to place your castle. King of Nothing's castle throws projectiles at the enemy that you can aim manually, or there is an auto battle for it. Normally, your starting hand is 3 cards from your pile. From careful arrangement of perks, I'm starting with more than that. The turn ends when you have played down to 2 or fewer cards. Fundamental card types, 2 of which are on display here. Well, Fortress also being one. The Fortress is upgradable with extra copies of itself. We got units, which creates a stack of lads. Have stats, can be upgraded. You have buildings, which will take up space on the board and do something. Farm here adds to the population of an adjacent unit. It's also upgradable. So I can say do this, and spells have some kind of additional effect, usually modifying a tile. Some way, wildcard here is a generic. You can level up anything by 1 with this spell. Anyway, farms. Gain 4 lads per turn. Each turn, some sort of opposing army shows up to hassle you. You must send your units to fight them. On surviving, you get to draft 1 card from the faction that just attacked you. That was an army from the Wizard King. Our magic cards here. You got rerolls. You've got a fair number of free rerolls. Not that I have too strong opinions about. I suppose I could try to lean in on some things magic related. The library is currently one of the weaker support structures. Chance of adding stacks of extra enchantment is not too great. Enchantments are themselves quite valuable. My lads got a free stack of steel protection, which means they negate the first hit that comes at them each round. The numbers here are how much damage each tile did during the last combat. You can have a sense of how effective each of your pieces is right now. At this point, I have a pretty strong general workflow, particularly for the King of Nothing's toolset. Step 1 was put the fort in the corner, step 2 was put a unit in the center, and then work toward enveloping that unit in support structures. In this case, 2 farms, and then I could get 2 some other stat boosting buildings here. Ideally, ones that also buff buildings, because then the castle itself can receive stat buffs. Then with those pieces as a given, I would want to put additional units here, here, and here. And then you get opportunities to expand your terrain grid out up to 5x5, 1 tile at a time. So eventually I would want... You create a check, or at least my game plan with this king, is you create a checkerboard of alternating thing that receives buffs and thing that gives buffs. So that your receivers have maximum coverage of support, and your support things have maximum candidates to receive their bounty. Some of the tools on some of the kings disrupt that basic shape in ways that will probably be interesting when running them as a primary ruler. Spire is pretty useful, so they have towers are one of the other categories of card here. They are a building that fights. Also, your troop count gets refreshed after each battle, so these 19 lads, no matter how many casualties they take in a fight, they'll still be back to 19 lads, plus 4 from these farms existing each round. I'll take a wizard. Where else? So the farms... The effect isn't per tile, it's a total amount. This will try to add 2 population. This will try to add 2 population. So if I install this wizard here, that will split the effort of the farms between the paladins and the wizards. Or if I put it over here, that would split 1 farm, but the other would still be fully devoted to the paladins. Now that I've described that, I like that move. That prioritizes having a nice big beefy shield wall. As you get to know all of the factions, you get a better sense of how their units behave on the field, and thus what bits of tactic can be employed. Let's fight with the King of Progress, the Science Army. So we have a spell where you sacrifice the contents of a tile to upgrade 2 other tiles. Pretty good, because per the nature of the thing, sometimes you might make a play that is not the best long-term, but it's what you had to do at the moment. So having a way to do over and recover some value from it, it's not bad. Also that this is, so like the overall theme of Science King's tool set is ramp. So this is sacrifice 1 card to get 2 cards of value the first time you cast it. Then it's 3, then 4, then 5. Science King is interested in setting things up and then demolishing and cycling them to make other things taller. Drop that castle. Wizards again. Pretty even output from all my attack buildings for now. Make a wizard there. So, up here at the top you have the timeline of upcoming events that you can plan around. You're at the Council. The perk. I'll sharpen the swords. Deploy those wizards. Play down to 2 creates an interesting workflow for your card economy. Because you can always use your hand as, alright, here is my plan. I have 2 good actions I could take in the near future that can insulate you against having a draft opportunity where there's nothing good to do. Here, though, I'll take a paladin. Upgrade my central paladin. He was already at 43 squad size. And your palace is always available as an option until you've brought it to max level during card selection. Blessing event. If I have something with HP as a stat situated there, it will receive a buff in the future. There's off plan for my grid for now, but I could still get some use out of it. I could plant something there, see how well it performs, and then overhaul it. Or also, there are things that have health that are not units, and would still benefit from having HP up. For now, I'll just castle. Farms are keeping up for now in terms of fighting potential. Science tower that turns things into rats. Or like, here, a spell, an enchantment of gain 1% attack every time that any plot levels up. Yeah, even if I don't get the rest of the science kit, but also then you can in turn see the beginnings of the science plan. Play this card to upgrade many things. Add additional value to whenever something upgrades. Parliament of Rats? King of Rats? Archer. Getting another basic unit started wouldn't be bad, though I have the wizards already. Broadly, each faction has a skirmisher, a tank, and a medium unit, sort of. Some of the factions play with that dynamic more aggressively. They have three kinds of thing that go towards the battlefield. Ish. Off the paladins. Another part of the flow. At intervals, you will get a chance to declare war, which adds another king to the enemy pool, or to make peace, removing a king from the fight pool. Once you're familiar with the factions, this can do a lot to inform how you want the run to go. I can attack stone, who is building focused, or wood, who is wood focused. A lot of units going already, and no towers yet, so stone wouldn't do much for me. We'll fight the wood entity. The wood crab. Would like to see some unit stat buff buildings to shove there and there. Quantity is doing the job for now, but eventually the threat level will spike upward. Finish off that stack of wizards. Steel wildcard castle. Okay, this is a shop here, so I'll hold on to this cash instead of trying to re-roll. Shop, nothing. Terrain, nothing. Council, nothing. Peace. Peacetime, and also the blessing goes off. Where'd it go wrong with a wild card? Use those to beef up the farms, if nothing else. So, shop. A shop will have a card type that it's running on. It will offer you cards from any faction of that type. So the Warmonger here sells units. Cost of cards scale up with how many you've grabbed. So I'll actually only be able to get one. Rather than using any of these, I will buy something and then immediately sacrifice it with Overhaul. Upgrade my 2 farms. Since I have exactly 2 things to upgrade, well, the castle, I have a perk that raises its level cap. Good, hit both farms. I need new pieces to put on the board. Ooh. Deploy even more archers? Other kinds? Yeah, as a fallback thing, if you have no valid plays otherwise, you can sell a card by throwing it down the well. Elf. deals, which adds something to the flow of battle, since they will prioritize distant targets first. Some factions have most of their battle output in the skirmish line instead of up front. That creates some of the matchups. Hello, Smith. 1 anvil. Got a good overall stance going here. I'm filling out the core grid. Gonna put that first anvil here, since the wizards have seniority. They've been building up momentum for longer. Let's buy that tile to have another candidate to receive the power of the blacksmith. 2% attack power each round. Multiplicative. So at first these buffs are quite slow, but then they begin to ramp. The more aggressively that you stack them. Combustion, because that will go well on the paladins. All your close combat units kind of gather together into a very tight ball. They don't have, like, collision propelling each other. So adding AoE to your melee units is pretty high value. But before that, I will gladly drop 2 wild cards on the smith to get this online. Get the bulk of my current damage output growing aggressively. That's multiplicative chaining into itself as well. Adding a tower to this wouldn't be bad. There are cards that I tend to, like, habitually put further back on my priorities, depending on what else is going on in my plan. Scout Tower is fine. One of the main flaws of this is there's not, like, a... or at least as far as I know, there's not a place to view unit stats as an in-game reference. No shop for a while. Movement speed. Sooner my paladins actually collide with the enemy, the sooner they get to work. Yeah, you can examine the unit once it's played, but there is a compendium, but it doesn't have the stats, just the descriptions of each card for each faction. And that 2% followed by 2%, that's multiplicative. That's better than 4%, just slightly. Even freshly on the board at level 1, the tower is doing about as well as these unsupported elves. Still full up, so another stack of combustion. Which in turn is, like, as you might expect from the Spell King, the game plan of if most of the value of your units is stored in the enchantments, using libraries to propagate enchantments. Each time that this successfully goes off, it's doing a card worth of work to enhance your field. Your army could read a book, they'd be unstoppable. Yeah, that produced a lot of value. Okay, wood cards. Clone. Wild card, but slightly different. There are situations where having a copy of a... Yeah, because if you copied a building, you could use that to plant a new building of the same type in another tile. A forest, though. Scaling HP. I'll take that. Nice, that is the blessing that has proceeded to whiff, and that's fine. Just all wood. Yeah, the King of Spells close combat unit does AoE damage. There he is. So they're actually pretty good at winning the shock when the units collide. I don't want any of these, so... Offering, though. Empty a tile and get 3 spells. Or I could take a castle. I'll take the offering. Take this and hold on to it for a while. Another, like, planning dynamic here. All of your on-faction buildings, you know they will always be part of the pool, because you can always fight rebels. Whereas at some point, diplomacy might force me to stop fighting the King of Wood. Want to have all of my business with wood buildings resolved. Make that an option. Open another tile. 2 more rounds. Yeah, danger glow here, being that my formation is depleted. So the enemy now approaches and attempts to touch your palace. On contact, 1 health lost. You hate to see it. Okay, a chance to use an actual anvil to finish off Smith. note from how these fights have gone that Scienced Army counters my current loadout pretty efficiently. I'm not currently using any science buildings. So the science truce is probably what I want to do if the opportunity arises. Still only level 1 elves. I could delete them. Spells. 2 farms are doing okay. Core heap of paladins is doing a pretty good job. This is by design of this approach to layouts. This is the core of my army. Questions moved which other things I want to build up. Fortress is doing more than the wizard stack for the time being. I'll open that up. Still gonna hold off on the offering. Science skirmishers here prioritize low health targets, so they will ignore your front line and start trying to take out your skirmishers instead. Defenders, though. So yeah, this is the science tank. It doesn't do damage. Instead, it reflects damage back at attackers, which is perfect for quantity, but no other stat ups. It's the Rainbow Army. They are not a standard faction. Rainbow Army's job is to give you rainbow cards for weirdos. X. Delete a plot and immediately receive a council perk. Goat. I've gotten good things to happen using the goats, though there were other pieces of that combo that are not currently in play. I could get 3 value out of an X. Upgrade the defenders, the elves, and the castle. That'll do. Please. Back to holding the line again, pretty firm. Take a natural scout tower. Use an elf, a forest, a defender. Something else, like a buff to put there for buildings. You love to see the rats. This is the heart of the operation for science. It is a unit with low base stats, but infinite potential to level up. Gains levels whenever its neighbors gain levels. Power of 2 rats to become 10,000 rats. We need to do something, so like, again, in turn that, an example of something that would not reach its full potential with this checkerboard strategy. I would want to create a belt of rats, a rat corridor, and surround that in other buildings to upgrade it. That's 2 levels of forest. I wouldn't want to burn that. I have the combustion to play, so let's take the overhaul. And the previous argument still holds up. I can wildcard those defenders at an opportune time, or actually, the overhaul is probably going to hit them. So, peace with science. Why? Combustion. Paladins. There are now 108 paladins. Welcome to that scout tower. Three things I want to blow up. So taking anything at all to put in that tile with intent to overhaul it next turn. Like some boar. Yeah, or even I could offering the first thing and see what the other spells appear. Or a spell merchant can arrive. Earthwork. Earthwork is important since I am currently filling out the available real estate. That to briefly till the soil around one of my buildings and gain a bit of extra space to work with. Earthwork, clone. Carnage scales off HP. So adding explosive to the paladins. If you do manage to crack that can open, you will regret it. Okay, but also let me place 4. Clone the boar. Earthwork the boar. Gradually working my way into the back alley there. And that corner tile is a good place. There are some buildings that are kind of agnostic about their surroundings otherwise. They would be good candidates for a thing to slide into the back. Now, for offering 2 procreates and 2 more overhauls. Or overhaul. All of my other stuff is now topped off, so procreate. 120 paladins. $30 to $50 wild boar would be quite capable, yes. And boar being a unit that synergizes with other units. Another tool that presents a reason to do different shapes. That's a level 5 out of 8. It takes a lot of stacks to make the chain lightning particularly effective. Or combustion, though. Yeah, they are melting their way through the initial shock line. Now tower was already full up. Yeah, so impending here, the boss fight at which a run is considered successful, and after which you can proceed to attempt to go infinite. Or then 1 terrain, 1 policy, 1 shop. I'll hold on to my money. Grab a steel coat. Static it is then. Or I could have taken the Warlock with intent to overhaul them. Don't have anything to benefit from that yet. On the lookout for new units or structures to tag in. Even more knights. Get some mycelium started in the back corner. Probably won't contribute much before the end boss. Double health. The wood tower. Which also in turn takes a while to get started up, but is a solid contributor. Looking to put stat buffs, probably more smithies around the corner there. So during battle it plants these. Once they've been out for long enough, they sprout and then throw projectiles into the fight. They persist between fights. Though, for now, it has done nothing. Next fight, those will mature and start fighting. But now I have something that can benefit from an overhaul, so let me plant this warlock. What these rebels deliver. Fair enough. Let's start another heap of paladins somewhere. Okay, building merchant. Which I can take 2 things. Cauldron wouldn't be bad to kludge in back here, adding poison to all 3 of these towers. Demon Altar is a good time. Building that summons a unit. Though I don't really have, the rest of my army composition isn't going to scale the Demon Tower particularly aggressively. Yeesh. Have 5 buildings. Tower that scales off how many constructs you have. That's it. I think, yeah, I settled for just the cauldron here. None of these are particularly leaping out as important for the current shape of things. But also I can place the cauldron and then overhaul for +4, immediately maxing it. The castle is full of poison stank. This is good for the realm. Like, as a thing to have a couple levels of on my elves. The chain lightning would do the most good bouncing around the enemy skirmishers. also continue to put more of everything onto the paladins. Also a jug of poison. Boss fights, before which you must play out your entire hand, one way or another. So, secondary stack of paladins. Backwoods. Throw both spells onto the main, onto the core of the formation. Champion! Very tall wizards. So what the champion does is it will have the ability of that faction's palace. In the case of wizards, it was putting additional chain lightning onto the field. Deem it acceptable. Beware the post-game. Becomes number wang. Starting in the post-game, you can now just at any time spend cash to receive tiles. $30 a square. Alright, so in the interest of continuing to beef up the army a little bit now, going forward, I will add some warlocks. These start getting spun up a bit. Immediate plan will place that wizard back there and then offering it. That's my next 2 turns, probably. Procreate will always have use. Mark it for 1 more unit to deploy over there off that side of that farm. Maybe more if I get more farms. For the moment, the plan would be to put more stat buffs on the next ring and then have a lot of options for what to stick in the corners. So yeah, appropriate. War against greed. Fight the king of money. There he be. Midas touch is acceptable. Let's Stick with the plan of sacrificing these wizards. Add cash generation. 4. And I could clone Smithy over there. Yes. That'll start attack scaling the Mycelia and getting the other Paladin stack beefed up. Overinvest is pretty good because that's 15% of everything on a unit. All of it. That adds up. I'll just throw that down right now. Don't use summons. I have multiple AoE weapons. I have the Fortress, and I have the Combustion, and now I have the Warlocks. Gunpowder. Wizards. More money before I can extend land further. On up a... Well, the Warlock. Start to get that revved up. Close fight. The dispenser is quite good if you build for it. Gains attack speed whenever you receive gold. Mercenary also pretty good. Scales up in quantity based on cash and storage. Another Midas touch. Wizard's going strong. Yeah, this whole setup might not have scaled aggressively enough to go terribly deep into a post-game. The enemy numbers curve up pretty aggressively. They are a test of, have you gone exponential? I've had runs go out as far as year 80. They required some very strong synergies. Ford is still in a strong second place for damage output. Clone. And unit merchant. Buy a rat on principle. extract the iron DNA from the anvil. Lobbing even more powerful poison boulders. You have the money to add another tile. Take a farm. Way back here. Wizard spells. Yeah, Wizard Army is going to run me through, though. Wizard Battle Line is very good at disregarding my whole setup there. And from the ruins arise. A successful run. Level 17, but that didn't unlock any new perks, so perhaps... What else would levels continue to do then, other than be an indicator of how much you have run one king versus another different king? Have as much of a perk grid unlocked. Let me get this reconfigured. It's been a while since I've ran anything other than none. Board. So synergy ones. Core of what I have here. Double the perk on the left. Well, +1 to the perk on the left. For 2 stacks of +1 to the perk above and the perk below. Or 3 stacks of add 2 tiles. And 3 stacks of add 1 to a national perk in an adjacent space. The core rig that I had set up for none as well. I have boosts to warlocks, and I have boosts to, well, okay, start with 4 random spells. Will be pretty good. Other stuff. Fort levels, fort stats. More options during Royal Decree. Rerolls. Cards. Okay, 4 more spaces and 6 items. Which 2 of these would I leave out? Like an extra plot of land. Leave double blessings can be very high impact if you play into them. Now that I have a shape I like the board to be, I don't get to play into blessings as often. Gamble on it. King of Spells. Fighting money and blood. Stand up a moment. Adjust them, some things. This is... King of Spells is a strong candidate for making your Citadel your primary weapon. Chain Lightning is quite good. Using the Citadel as your main weapon and then having your units be support. Having them be meat that is between you and the problem. Wizards, library. Fake blood wizards. I'll have other opportunities to build libraries, so I'm going to build that to immediately just crack open the books. Touch, procreate, vampirism. Deck of 18 blood wizards. Should be a fine start. Dispenser round 1. Yes. Give it maximum time to ramp. Fire is also quite good, as long as you have a tanking unit for it to prop up. Find core here, Demon Altar. Also a thing you love to see, maybe? This early on, I will go in on that. Very strong perk here. Leave 2 cards per round instead. You don't get to choose, though. Also, that means you don't get to re-roll on your card drops. Creatures become as frog. I'm the sad frog. Frog did not wish for war. Thing of peace. Emblem go. Particularly, as well, so the dispenser will synergize with any time that I'm forced to sell a card for being useless. Instead, I will get stacks of dispenser. The Vault. Perfect candidate for that back corner tile that doesn't have any synergy opportunities. And Overinvest works on towers as well. And Overinvest in Dispenser. Help get that off the ground even sooner. Blessing of... Okay, good. Blessing that doesn't care about tiles. Be low on money. Going into the target round, you will receive free money. Imp is ideal. I will hold on to that imp for when territory extends, and then I can put the imp somewhere out front. These are natural partners, many small fragile bodies to revel in the glory of combat. There we go. Dispenser getting up to 1 shot per second. Taking 1 hit early while the system is still coming online is bound to happen. With the mortgage, I can easily replace any tile that's not doing good work. So let's deploy these mercenaries. If I overinvest, then the mercenaries will proceed to not do anything. Given the situation, I'll deploy the imps. Cannot afford to be tied down by visions of an ideal grid layout. Especially when I have a mortgage right there to fix 1 tile. Important to hold the line here. Doing nothing to get at a farm, though. We're fighting stone to get at quarries and earthwork. Mortgage the mercenaries with intent to install a library there on the front lines. I have spells. Just barely held the line. .7 and 10 damage. Any day now, the dispenser is going to start paying out. It's already doing its best. And it's still level 1. Spell Rebellion. Very dangerous. Unit vendor. Oh, those wizards are also only still level 1, so actually perfect opportunity to maybe catch up a bit here and stabilize. Block. Wizard. The fortress is doing a lot of my damage, so I'll up the fortress as well. See if this stabilizes. Okay, more demon altar. Vampirism for my tanks. You hate to see it. Going back to King selection, but I'm going back to Magic. Doing this to just remind myself on the perk grid here. Warlocks are the unit type I have buffed. Wood and Science. Apply a layer of steel to my startup wizards. Right. Deploy. Centric rats. Getting a forest on the ground might also be good. More bodies. Start off here. Get the rats surrounded in candidates for upgrade. The Concabulator. Tool of Science does nothing until it hits level 3, and then it upgrades everything on the board. It also shatters. What a second set of rats over there. Overwork is normally beloved. I don't currently have any buildings active for it, though. Gamble. Poison and procreation. To enhance rats. Prophecy of double damage over there. Get a shaman here and then overhaul these elves out of existence. Strengthen the rats. Probably taking a hit here. Still work with this. Place this executioner, sacrifice it. Invest in rats. Rat noises. Don't want a different unit set up over there for the future. Well, alright, now I still have the shaman there. Oh. Upgrades the rats. Add poison to the rats. Sacrifice this boar? Clone the rats. Perfect. Just filling in the missing bits with hog DNA. Proliferate. Rats. Rat's not putting out much damage yet. They're still quite frail. I will buy rats from the store. Now, if I upgrade this rat, it upgrades all adjacent rats. So this one card of rats becomes 3 cards worth of rats. If I overhaul these imps. Rats! That's like the shaman wants, the wizards are topped off, board's up to level 3. Rats don't live very long yet still, so I can put carnage into the primary rat mass, so they'll detonate on contact with the enemy. Power of the rat chain. Hello, any warlock. Hit the field. React carnage. That shaman in hand can just go to upgrading the shaman normally. Get that ready to be blessed. Things are stabilizing. Around a solid core portfolio of rats. Add tiles that are adjacent to rats. Shaman. Create primary rat mass. Spell Rebels, quite capable. More in the way of tanking options. Elf. Offering. Should cast Overhaul. Should clone something for purposes of disposing of it. Primary rats now level 9. Secondary rats are level 6 and level 6. Invest in rats. Believe in rats. Oh, and that also wound up upgrading the warlocks as well. Fortress at level 5, double enchantments on all active troops, you said. That many enchantments running it, but it's anything. Moment poisons? Or I should just here. So be it. Vampirism. Chain lightning. Onto the primary heap of rats. Rats have now overtaken the fortress. I'll drop the forest there, and I have lots of options to move the forest in the event that I discover more rats. Dig up and replant the forest somewhere else. Till then, it's providing a suitable rat habitat. The Mangler. The description makes this sound much more potent than it seems to be in practice. It's not a great tower, the Mangler. If it has power, I have yet to successfully invoke it. Exploding rats. Now that's a technique. Need stat buffs running on, say, those warlocks over there. And earthwork you to free up some tiles. Reinstall you right back where you were. I could have migrated them over there, because then that would have caused rat activity. Earthwork is capped at returning 3 copies of the card that it digs up, so it would lose the over levels on the rats. Forest, though. Now we're talking. And if I were to then at some point dig up and replant the forest, the rats would love that. Up some boars as mounts for the warlocks. Gotta follow the flow of battle here. Build things as they lie. 2 imps, which means I can place imps and then upgrade imps next to the rats. Activating the rat chain. Yeah, if I arranged for it, the rats could ride the boars. Natural predator of the giant swarm of rats. Humans. With guns. Okay, next wizard perk. Stay in here for a while until we get a victory. 5% chance to insta-kill on the castle attack. Which I could quadruple, the 20% insta-kill. Go back to Corner Castle here. Spells. Static Precision Reinforce. Spire. Wizard. Build a strong core formation of wizard. Cast a spell of Off My Lawn. Flamethrower. A tower that acts like a unit. Doesn't prevent the enemy from advancing on you, but goes into the fight. Does pretty good damage. Quarry. It's a good early find. We don't do much AoE. Take some land. Quarries boost all towers, which, yeah, I've got 2 of them already, and boost your citadel. And do that from anywhere. Do not care about adjacencies at all. You can cram these wherever you'd like in your layout. And hold on, so my other opponent right now is Blood. They don't have any of the adjacency-driven building buffs anyway, so I'll just shove a quarry there. Trebuchet to the mix. Blessing of double health on this tile. Gamble on putting this library down. Sometimes I just don't have new books. The imps aren't doing much for me yet. Though if I had the other tools that are supposed to interact with imps... and the other tools that are supposed to interact with imps... just a little sneaky beacon. Fell off a truck. Attack speed boost. Things you love to see. Alright, so demon altar over here. Cemetery. Every time an adjacent unit dies, spawn an imp. Effectively doubling the quantity of my units. Even more blood for the device. that in mind, I will actually pop the flamethrower. Clone the imps. Okay, so over earthwork, split this quarry in two. Then overhaul one of the quarries. Less quarry, but more other stuff. Without disturbing any of the things that are collecting scaling buffs at the moment. Now if we can get another high quantity unit to put in front of the cemetery. Alright, fine, earthwork. Don't want to disturb any of those with the earthworks. I want to earthwork things that don't have stat scaling on them right now. I'm going to get that tile from briefly exhuming and then reburying everything in the cemetery. Dead. No. Earthwork to split the cemetery in half. Install one of it. Now we'll install the second of it over there, with intent to overhaul that one. It's the ramping value from the overhauls. Pay me back for the loss of one rank of cemetery in abstract. And I can even find a replacement laying around. As far as things to have in hand, more Citadel? Or well, no, at this point, Overhaul is catching up. Like, a sacrifice of that would exactly buff the 4 adjacent tiles there. Start to do more. Demon slowly getting taller as the altar grows. Nothing good to earthwork here. So, Lista is low quantity. It's not a great thing to latch onto the graveyard. No. Double the Citadel's attack speed, yes. Yes. Elf sign? bad for quantity. Though knowing that I still have access to blood units, Imp or Bomber would be a good fit there. Or to get one of my other normal wizard units. Poison. Start putting more enchantments onto these guys for the library to try to improve. First, Wizard Palace. Yeah, the imps that are 2 imps, at least. 3 imps, really. Frank a trebuchet. Throw in the bag. That library has more health now. Good job. I feel like a cemetery next to a cemetery feeds into itself. Summons are a different layer of stuff than regular units. Barely making ends meet for now. Would do with upgrading the core wizards. Forest there because the demon's altar, though it is a building that summons, it does hold the stats of the thing that it summons. This is more health for my wizards, one of my imp blocks, and the demons. Also the quarry because it is, because this is a building. Gaining attack from the quarry. It's made of the good rocks. Add territory. Yeah, the lack of normal upgrade stuff means I'm not too concerned with formation right now. Most of my damage is coming from the core. Boost that forest. Imp 2 and Imp 2. Start a fresh Imp. Double attack speed. For the palace. Again. It's made with real lightning. Yes to mycelium. Have an attack booster to put them next to, but the quarry exists. You can feed the mushrooms the good rock. I love it. Piece with just got new wood pieces. A lot of blood upgrades left to do. Stone is also important. Of the stuff currently on the table, well, wood and stone are kind of tied. I got 3 ranks of wood, 3 ranks of stone. I'll accept peace with wood. Demon altar complete. Stacks of that mean there are now 3 demons sharing the same stat scale. The front line is very brittle by design. They collapse immediately, and the demons hold out for a little while, and then mostly the artillery are doing the lifting. Mostly the palace is doing the lifting. Everything else does the dying. As befits a king of wizards. Fire upgrade. And a spell merchant. Phone overhaul. Procreate. Back off from this mycelia. Well, yeah, I can do both. I can clone it, overhaul it, plant a fresh one, which means I lost a bit of stat scaling there, but whatever. Could have also cloned the cemetery. But blood is still in play, so there's less pressure on the blood. Could have cloned the beacon. That should have been a priority. Procreate. Side imps, ones who have health scaling. Beacon is doing very important work to continue to scale the output of the palace. Rainbow Squad here. A couple of tiles to deploy rainbow things onto. Let's see what we get. X, goat, slime, and I have a free reroll. Slime are pretty standout. This is a weirdo unit that, if you somehow already had the right terrain for it, would become extremely powerful. Fuel for sacrifices. Okay, wait, playing the X on the palace would be Quarry Trebuchet, Mycelia upgraded. Sure. Makes for some immediate impact. Or I could set up things on these tiles and then drop it here to also finish the beacon. Set up things like another demon altar. Take a while for this one to start to catch up. Will do their best, but get the cauldron down. That means poison lightning. Yeah, I'll take an overwork. Quarry. Forest, and the intent to build more quarries. Poison lightning, poison fungus. Lets me cast a reasonable full value X-ray. Cemetery 3, Beacon 3, right? The Beacon is also benefiting from the overwork. Altar 2, Cauldron 2. Shop. Imp, good enough. Reason to upgrade imps. Citadel and a poison vial. Citadel now level 6. Closing in on the boss fight. Versus Blood Champion. Deploy the Blood Lightning. This is unlikely to survive much further, but may as well deem it acceptable. Yeah, the demons fell quickly in that fight. Declare war on wood. Finish off our wood buildings. Warriors. Situation of just generally filling out space. Because I have the overwork, preferable to go wide first, where one card will do 2 units of work. Billion. Alright, yeah, that perk in its current state is a trap. It will set their attack to 100 instead of, like, changing their base attack value. 50% attack speed on towers, though. Okay, so 2-step process. Plant this bomber here, offering that bomber next turn. Yeah, if it had showed up earlier on, or if I didn't have an attack buff building on my wizards for some amount of time. Forest, yes. Offering. Wildcard overhaul. Found a use for the Mangler. It's a sacrificial data for the machine. Warriors. Imps are all stacked up now. Looking good. Buy this tile soon. I can start a second forest there. Buy that tile now. This is a time to cast Earthworks. Save a bit of cash on filling in the rest of the yard. My terrifying army loadout of 95% disposable chaff. 5% elite shock unit. The demon altar I just grabbed, I have no current business with blood. Throw her back into the loadout. Ranks of wood. Rank of mycelia. Many quarries. Would set up some boar. I don't know if the demons could ride the boars. That's a summon and not a troop. The way fights go right now, the flame tank is not going to reach the battle lines in time. The demons are too fast. That could make for a reason to deprecate the flame tank. Instead, break more rocks, but it's not a problem that's sitting there, because that's sacrifice fodder now. I can offering that at some point. When this says all stats, it means all stats. Wage war with nothing, see if I can get some farmland. Clone the rocks. Two copies of boar. Hey, overwork. Bustion. A wizard. Imp farming begins. My next 30 cash should go into buying that plot. I can get double farm going. Power up my imps. On that farm. Sacrifice you. Place you with this ordinary tower that doesn't need to move. Three tiles left to buy. Whole core of the board is filling out nicely. Got an example of what farms are, so I could clone those with nature instead. Cauldron anywhere. When something appears that's strong enough to get through the demons, the fight will be over too fast to perceive what happens next. Library's getting some work in. Place my second boar there. Trebuchet's doing really good. Second trebuchet would not be a bad use of resources. Declare war on science. Or I have a place to put a quarry and grab this tile for trebuchet use. Or I could sack this scout tower and put a trebuchet in its place. Given the right tools. Hello, overhaul. War is complete. See, everything currently on the table is maxed out. Double poison. Yeah, Demon Alter Jr. has mostly caught up. It's like half a magnitude behind Demon Alter Prime. It's doing alright for itself. None of these are going to see use, they'll just be sold. Scrap. Clone that farm here in order to propagate more boars. Either increase the quantity of boar, or increase the health of the individual boar to magnify the boost that they give to their riders. Unit vendor no longer has any work to do on this formation, so on your way. Arm. Overhaul this level 1 quarry. That's a fairly replaceable tile. That would cap out the farm and the trebuchet. Yes. They did manage to sweep the army. If anyone would do it, it would be Stone Gang. The initial salvo from the ballista. Real problem solver. Make peace with the Lord of Science. This run will probably end soon. Fights are ending too fast for these wizards to actually get a shot off. Yeah, castle was dealing exponential damage. Pop this quarry again. Bone. And replace this quarry. Procreate. Strongest imps. Ores. Vision. Guard the overhaul. Okay, Champion of Stone defeated. Made it to 2 boss fights. And as the board fills out, spells become the remaining thing that you can keep stacking. Time the demons will get taller than the screen. War on. Reed has really good spells for this phase. Once you're out of land to sprawl into, gold also starts piling up anyway, so overinvests become good to throw around. farm that produces only boars. $30 to $50 precision engineered hogs rolling off the line. Well, the attack speed of the Citadel. Again. Sure. Closing in on the damage cap. I suppose for enchantments I should favor throwing them over here on these imps. Keeping up with damage, yeah. It's pretty effective building, especially because stat boosts to the core retroactively benefit all of the spores. Bell shop. Nothing else. Fungus that has eaten the good rocks. That has learned the power of Mouth Bullet. That it loses track of where they should be popping up. Make peace with... I think that's the magic number there. 2.15 to the 9. You can see from 2 buildings agreeing to have reached it. That's at least where it stops counting accumulated damage. Signed 32-bit integer. Very tall wizards approaching at speed. There we go. The end is no. The chaos increases. Even off those 2 remaining HP, you're 79. Well, that's good. So you're 78. Supposing 2 hits. A fine run. Boars don't do any damage, but that's misleading since the boars are latching onto these imps to buff their stats instead. So it goes. Best. And also a good general sign, the long beard. Yeah, there's a definite concern that perhaps at the high difficulties, well, definitely into the number difficulties, it expects you to already have a thoroughly loaded up perk grid. It looks like my generics are good enough for piloting through libraries. That might make libraries good. 70% hit rate? Anyway, exact build there will be a thing for the future. Cash boss, though. Palace feature. Instant kill attack. Single target. Fire the beam. Alright, now that I have this, let me go ahead and that to boost that. Start with big money. Receive more money from mortgage. Free option. Rolls. Year 636. And yeah, naturally, so you have a palace that is an instant kill attack, and a synergy building that is increase attack speed. Pretty clear sense of what the core monocolor game plan is. And gimmick unit. Instead of a skirmisher, you have the thieves, which teleport into the enemy skirmish line and stab them. Blood, always good to see. Set up an early cemetery that I can surround with units. There might get along well. Everything that's going to happen here. Some cash flow going. Spencer. Cards thrown in the pit pay 3 times more gold. This should manage to get the dispenser properly revved up. get the first beacon on the ground. Blessing of Zenith. Double damage for you. Alright, good. I'll put something there. Need more meat on the front lines. Last one, got to the line. My first mercenary. Yeah, mercenaries that will be blessed. There we go, that'll stabilize. Greed Rebel's pretty tough, though. Stop in 2 years. Territory boost. A little after that. Beacon. War against nature. Perilous. Planner. Losing life gives gold. Okay, that's much more impactful than mortgage, when also it's losing life gives 200 gold. Don't need the free rerolls. I can buy my rerolls with money. Nothing in progress. Set up an early dispenser. Hold off on Midas Touch. I need to have good troops first. That have solid kill counts. Half off at merchants. Overwork though. Crushing each individual rat with an orbital laser. Rats, though. Could invest in rat futures. Yeah, there. So, get 200 gold immediately. Drastically boost the dispenser. Would make this a good time to drop some mercenaries? My lord, the prophecy, the economy. My liege! Oh wait, that's population boost. The mercenaries would not receive that. I need to get the rats over there. Overhaul. Now that I have the pile of mercenaries, let's overhaul these defenders. I have a dispenser in hand, so that'll be dispenser 3. Might help hold the line. Now that it's starting to speed up. Core of farming. How far up? Plenty of turns before the boom. Play a farm there. Wage war against wood. Or now it's down. It's down. I have a reasonably strong game plan emerging. Just from greed and science. Cost me my second hit. Or it's fine. Rats. Rats. Yeah, set up a forest here for the mercenaries and one half of the rats. Spell shop. Cut into the power of the mercenaries, but it should let me bounce back a lot of other things. Yeah. So, order of operations here. Plant the forest. Clone the forest. Overhaul the forest. Gigantify those rats. Up the farm. Drop the forest. Some of the mercenaries get fired. The giant rats that exemplify the rules. And get a vault set up out back. Hopefully, I've bounced back enough with that cash influx. The dispenser is certainly excited. The return on investment is underway. Turbo concabulator. Overhaul the vault. The farm. Power the rats. Spencer is now online. That's wonderful. Forest strengthens the rats. Thief and farm would both strengthen the rats. Good to have proven the hypothesis of rat shame. Alice still only level 2 right now. Give 1 gold for every 9 allied unit deaths. Yes. Now, for whatever confluence of reasons, there are some soft caps on what the dispenser can do. You have it revved to very high speeds, some inefficiencies emerge. Clone the farm. Strengthen the rats. Yeah, the death beam is also gaining speed. Nearly up to 1 hurt now. Too slow. Peddler. Extra slot at the shop. Yeah, Greed Rebels are very durable. Another chance for rats. The royal rats on the palace lawn. Early beacon on the palace. Fours out front here to interact with the future second tile of rats. Okay, taking a hit here. A vault and a mortgage. Run yourself out of money to get more money. Miserable. Time for war against magic. Own the rats. Believe in the rats. Die to science. Yeah, rats kind of need you to already have something else. They are very vulnerable out of the gate. You need to have the rest of the machine set up and then pour the rats into it. Trapper is a unit I haven't been able to effectively use yet. It has some glaring flaws from the attention I have given it so far. Yeah, okay. Okay, all currently active, it won't pay it forward, but still, that's 4 cards of effective value. Yeah, if these fail to live up to things, I can also mortgage them. The main issue being the behavior here of spreading the mines out all over the field. When the enemy army is going to form into a tight column and punch through one spot every time. Prophecy of population there. I'll need a unit in the first place. Could go through a shuffle of mortgage these thieves, install a farm in the center tile instead, and get a lot of population on something. Wildcard the mercenaries for now. Or more likely, I just ignore that prophecy and carry on with other business. Poison landmines and poison bullets. Declare war against. Again. Wallmaker can make the difference for some things, providing another stack of HP in the way of incoming hostiles. Tapping out the mercenaries might have been wiser there. Alright, here's my first hit. And architect. We might get a free first pick, so palace, definitely. Getting a quarry going would be good for the dispenser. Celium is also quite powerful. Yeah, let's do that. Hold the mycelium until that territory extenders, so that I can put it there. Have attack speed up. Thieves to 2. Alice to 3. Or just over here. Out of the way. That's the farm here. Hopefully it doesn't waste charges trying to add population to the mercenaries. Alt going. I'm getting rid of these trappers. You hate to see it. Poison fire, though. That might be the ticket. Though. And gambling. Need to kind of pick up the pace here, developing the board. Blacksmith won't help the palace, but it will very help the dispenser. Now it scales on both attack speed and damage. might even live long enough to realize its potential. I can earthwork a bit. That. Oh. But we keep the poison coins. Not enough. Reed has a hard time forming a battle line. Reed has a lot of tools that scale well. To get started. Actually, that's more proactive and it will get a chance to fire off more often. 4 free items per shop. That'll do a lot. A lot of money saved. Standing up a moment to stretch. Kind of highlighted by Thief showing up so often in the starting hand here. Reed only has 2 units. Really, I should be thinking of Mercenary as the all-purpose greed soldier. Which my starting hand doesn't give me terribly many of. Often. Well, there they are. Got the dispenser in hand there. Can get that to start revving up. Really blacksmith off of nothing. Second mercenary in that corner. Thief attacks always crit. Gambling it is. Yeah, should go in harder on mercenaries and like internalize. Mercenaries have built-in quantity scaling. You will generate more money than you need to use pretty reliably. You have a proper greed setup. I got a second anvil planted between the mercenary line. Prophecy of... This is one of the better ones. These 3 tiles get a free upgrade. Anything can take advantage of that. Drop these archers. Wild card the anvil. Like a temporary spire with intent to mortgage it. Way, because I got that economy going. Yeah. Another smithy there. Beacons there. Declare war on stone. Farm is not much use to me. Trade the smith and actually sell this farm. Soldiers can simply buy their food from the company store. Okay. Please. Offer the shaman. Warlock. Overhaul the warlock. Two for my line. Clone. Sure. 2 drops across the board. Time to spend. Could also place a forest and have all 3 of my lads hooked up. Though I'm not at war with nature right now. Palace and blacksmith are free choices there. No enchantments to try to propagate with the library yet. Got a beacon. A mortgage. I can also take one of these as a sacrifice. Oh yeah, and as earthwork spotter, I can drop something back there and then exhume it. Play 4 cards every time a shop shows up. Why not? Oh, mycelium. Earthwork. I have maximum surface area around the palace. Beacon here. I'll gamble on the forest. Since I want these to tank. Even if it takes a while to get them up to full power, having the wall is important. Bring the palace. Deploy mycelium to the back corner. Can always mortgage the fungus. Later time. This is going well. Right, also, the prophecy. This forest will be fine. Forest 2. Smith 2. No worries. Up to rank 4, and then I will mortgage that ballista next turn. Hold on to those paladin for a moment. They'll probably also end up in the well eventually. Dispenser does not lose power, it purely grows in response to income. Only the mercenaries can backslide if you can't foot the bill. Seam throwing. Paladin. We'll use that earthwork to break up this smith and redistribute it. Put one of them over there in order to scale the mycelia. Poison thorns. Or big HP. Pop this open. Drop one of them back there. Johnson continues to fit with the prophecy. That will go to 3. Those go to 2. Farm still has no place here. Really want to be on the lookout for Beacon. Yes, more of you. And a stack of Midas Touch to throw on the mercenaries. Now we're talking. Couple more years before the tower returns. Flamethrower's helping out. I like the idea of putting a library here and trying to stack up more Midas Touch. That's got legs. 3/3 blacksmiths. You hate to see it. They'll put in. Alice almost back up to 1 hurt. Dispenser putting in work. Alright, I'll weaken the tower. Blow the library forward. And this spire with damage up on it and room to maybe slide beacons in down the line. Stone ruins me though. Don't have any AoE damage. Diplomacy not too far off. I can get peace with stone. Need the meat. Sell the paladins later. Some of my lads survive the initial barrage. Barely holding together. Peace with King of Stone. Get out of here. Alice up to 1.3 attack speed. Put up some walls. Don't really have that on the square where the paladins are right now. Because this has an HP rating, so scaling it off the forest would be good. Fences can be made of wood. Strange idea, I know. would need 2 cards to make that happen. Over the word to word. Clone is one of them. Okay, the free cards is only once, not per shop. Fair enough. Just those 2 then. Offering. Paladins. Or to clone the Wallmaker. Wild card up the Wallmaker. Wild card the Forest. Clone the Flamethrower? Clone a Beacon. Flamethrower might even be put up for sale soon. Overinvest in the good mercenaries. We divided our forces into the good troops and the not as good troops. We pay them the same. Offering out non-scaling Wallmaker. Procreate. Well, the archers is my only conventional unit. Economy. Stonks? I'll sell the Flamethrower at some point. Other turrets can do a better job there. Turrets I can actually upgrade. Just in time for Rainbow Patrol. Gambling versus Rainbow Patrol, so I get 2 rainbow cards. What we got? For another Beacon and Blacksmith side by side, raising. I'll sell that. Oh, what's a good position to drop? Just in the middle. The palace is maxed out now. Would only be a 3. 3 is as good as I'm gonna get for an X-ray. Yeah, one of those is the good mercenaries. We have the mercenaries and the mercenaries. Yeah, you get out of here. Such a tiny overall unit count. The quality build. Yeah, now I can steel coat you. Yeah. Upgrade mycelia because that's more difficult to get at right now. still fighting the wizard army, so more libraries can appear naturally. This is starting to function now. Merchant is soon. I'll take the bargains. Twice as powerful as the discount mercenaries, although they don't have a beacon getting their attack speed up. But they've kept pace anyway thanks to the investment. I don't foresee much use for the warlocks at this point, now that everything else is kind of functioning and online. Now that the palace is only going to get faster. These are sacrifice fodder. Was a viable path, but now we've chosen another direction. Off that archer. Sell this soldier. A pile of chain lightning mercenaries. Selling. We have a lot of use for unit seller. Here, the free cards was a one-off, not a per shop, which is understandable. 4 free cards is already a lot of value. Start a 3rd mercenary colony back there. Really going out on the rat chain will be a task for full science runs. Yeah, that'll do. I don't want to roll deep. Not when keeping the cash pile in the vault is important. How things are right now. Library. Library. Really pop up to strength. Or steel. Yeah, we'll at least make it to the finish line here. The army of nothing invades. The Lord of Nothing, who claims dominion over nothing. Wait, it's this tile in the front that I control. Another flaw of the visuals here, that the ambiguity created by the tile borders. You can't also see the full edge into the pit. The champion of nothing. We deem this acceptable. Alright, so now I can buy land. I can buy as much land as I need. The moment I have things to place on tiles, I can fill them out. So 400 or 890 health on the good mercenaries. 347 on the discount mercenaries. 97 on mercenaries at home. Don't want to trade out the flamethrower turret. That to benchmark how strong are the walls, actually. Equivalent of a couple of guys. They're not nothing. A war with the Science King, though. I have the exactly 2 nature buildings I feel like using right now. Could acquire a sample of rats. Imagine. And these archers in the middle are pretty respectable. Forest, double, blacksmith, and a beacon. They're performing. Value on recycling. Throw the 2x dispenser there. The moment I have a way to dispose of that flamethrower. There, they can have a little Midas. Probably worthwhile to have 1 stack on each unit, at least. Then channel the rest onto the stars of the show. Bullets, though. Okay, good. Attack speed on the palace is performing. Right. It is known. To create 2 rat clusters, could go for 1 in each corner, or just allow 1 to be the rat corner. Doubling up on that would be a bit ambitious. This gun is already flourishing. First of the experimental rats right there. Get them, fellas. Or death by wizards? Death by wizards. As will happen. Dream of rats unrealized. Fixer. Extra damage on the dispenser. Blood. Blood. Not much unlocked in terms of blood tech. Start with a demon altar in a random corner plot. Start with 4 demon altars in 4 random corner plots. Okay, I have my blood plan. The year 801, blood was declared. Okay, so this means that Phallus must needs to the center. Okay, this makes my initial land management a bit awkward. Have any cemetery locations until I get some land grabs to happen. Still, though, it's 4 demon altars. The Palace of Blood summons a small number of imps per fight. Go create. I have 4 buildings on the ground already. Fireworks? Yes. Trebuchet. Going to be pretty boosted out of the gate. Yeah. That's Pagoda. Some imps. Prophecy. Luminous. Yes, this will be awkward for buff patterns on buildings, but I think this is just a solid foundation anyway. It's 4 scaling buildings for free out of the gate. Forest on 2 of the demon altars. Like a sound investment. Or with nothing in hopes of acquiring farm. Goda is very awkward for being a palace that runs out of ammunition. Stacks of carnage on these imps. First shop. Natural problem of I don't have land on which to place these cards. First land drop is soon, so I'll be able to throw a cemetery over there by the imps. Yeah, the imps will reach greater heights for unit quantity. Forest, carnage, and quarry over there. Yep, take a hit here. If Rainbow wants to hand me the X-ray, 4 ranks of Demon Altar, that'd be great. Oh no, if you lose the fight, you just get a card from your own faction. Well, have to turn things around. Struck down by a scapegoat, the unit that doesn't attack. Picked in half by goats. More imps, more cemetery. Clone the woods. Or clone the quarry. There we go. The demons are starting. Dig in. Up on imps. So, there's that cemetery. Right. The prophecy. Okay, forest is done. Quarry is done. Yoda. To 4. Bombers. Or I could take sacrifice and trade these bombers for 2 ranks of Demon Altar. And a rank of Pagoda at a future time. Go to 5. Set up the farm here. I'd say the pagoda should be governed by a cooldown and not an ammunition pool. The summons are already balanced around not being able to distract an army. Trebuchet. It'd be great to have that farm attached to something that also has a cemetery on it. Just how the terrain works out here for the moment. Without a lot more land, without a couple of earthwork that I could use to, like, hill my way over here. I think my action here is to clone the farm. Let's sacrifice my forest, knowing I can at least get a basic forest back in its place. Transform bombers into imps. Or land. The thing I desperately need more of. Still cloning that farm. I at least have places I can throw down more bodies. Won't be much synergy to it, but it's anything. Blood is synergy. plant a forest here and then sacrifice it next turn. Finally upgrade one of my demon altars. Get him! Earthwork. I need to free up more space. Make peace with nature. Earthwork that farm. Immediately redeploy the farm. Sacrifice these woods. Get that farm back up to size. Yes, the forest does benefit the demons. They have a health rating that is stored on the altar. Own. Procreate. Okay, and if I drop a blacksmith over here, work on this demon altar and the trebuchet. There we go, starting to find some structure. Useful patterns are emerging. Deploy fresh imps around the graveyard. Farm in hand. Okay, that quarry already filled up. Pagoda for now. choose another unit to throw back there. I had a farm to put in the, well, the farm that I now have, I could put in that corner. And I would have scaling population next to the cemetery. The build found its footing. A trebuchet though. Okay, units. Imp. That'll do. Trebuchet off in the other corner. Can extend the quarry complex on that side. Cemetery is already complete. Next place I would want a cemetery is like... yeah, it might even compete for the farms as a thing to do in that corner plot. Have more cemetery feeding off of the existing tiles. I don't have a great place to put them, so more carnage, so I have immediate value out of it. Well, near future immediate value, but boss fight, I'll have to empty my hand either way. Each round, the entire army is annihilated, and then the 3 strongest demons stride forward. Punch out all the enemy siege engines. You, and you, and you. Versus nothing. And naturally, losing to the champion means defeat. Go. For a build that so thoroughly derailed any of the usual opening progression. That went pretty good. Wood, though. Don't have any wood perks unlocked yet. Plus 15 max level for the castle. Trust nothing in stone. Place the wood fortress. Okay, first some boars. Oh, the wood field. Boar riders. That's the plan. Yeah, starting now, I can plant the mycelium. Intent to put like a blacksmith there. Forests along here, go like one back here, one up there. Want to improve the health of both the boars and the paladins. Or potentially get away with just increasing the health of the boars. Yes. Yeah. Council perk. Waiting for farmland to exist. It's like smith there, farms there and there. Maybe another forest out front. Everything centered on this unit of boar cavalry. Do need to get their numbers up. Blessing of population over there. You hate to see it. Nature rebels, quite dangerous. Gotta stock up the boar. Okay, more than doubling the boar population should stabilize some things. Add a war against science. Tuck a quarry away in the back. Start giving the mushrooms the good rocks. Boar now fully leveled. May end up cloning the paladins. Okay, building cellar. Haven't used orchards at all while running other factions. They might be good at what they do. Cast a spell with Giant Hog. Boar with the strength of 5 gorillas. Okay, with that perk, whenever you cast a Procreate is also stronger now. Bullets are useless. These men rated for at most 1 hog. Hit though. Encabulator though. Immediately receive 3 copies of Procreate, huh? Sure. Put that down in the corner. See what can be made of it. Leave a bunch of things at 2. That in mind. Finally apply this vial of poison. Ores. Gotta properly tune the ratios here. Also clone forest to have a second forest up front for a pair of farms to drop there. Could have cloned the encabulator. At some point, must pre-formulate the amulet. No way around it. Okay, that was actually a waste. That accomplished nothing. Should have dug up this one. Ballista counter a lot of things, especially for just the way the fights work. Having a big formation of them, fire into the center, and overlap everything. But if I simply created a larger board... Alright, King of Science. Show me. Machine. Can work with an overhaul. Eventually. I can sacrifice these woods. Alright, Cabulator. 2, Blacksmith for 2. And that the overall army composition is that the trappers have a lot of health. So they walk up and just stand there, taking up space. Okay, clone. The encabulator. Complete the encabulator. Every available building is now built up. The treant has much room left to grow. Naturally. Boy. New forest up front. Add more tiles around the blacksmith. Farm. Begin to cultivate the hogs. Clone the farm. Double all healing, sure. Now I can cultivate the paladins, side by side with the hogs. Want to fish for an overhaul to recycle the cabulator? Plenty of fresh things for it to hit. Hate to see it. Come on. I'll make peace with stone. Got the main quarry. Cast that other procreate on the paladins. Keep things nice and even. Steel plating. On the hogs. Okay, and Spell Merchant, from which I can grab one thing. Definitely this wild card. Or could have taken the mortgage to dispose of the Cabulator. I think wild card still wins this though. Wild card for farming. This is not a bad place to put a secondary unit that will get health and damage. Yeah, let's have any skirmishers, just in case. They absorb those bullets real good. Hall has arrived. More rank of farm. $70 hogs for 57 riders. $93 riders for 94 hogs. The system works. Yeah, so a lot of the casualties here, I think, are an illusion created by the way that the mounting mechanic works. Additional farm. Not that I have any way to get it onto the terrain. Pocket some rats. For the future. Propagate some rats. For the future. The king of science has had enough. The hogwood must be destroyed. Thousand Swine Heights has gone too far. Scientists baffled. Too much ham. How can this be? Let me overhaul this quarry. Having any rats on the field means I have a good recipient for overhauls. Splitting the attention of this farm means that hog production falls behind a little bit. Milord. Realm. Wizard? Sure. Keep accumulating more power for the arch tree. Wizards cannot withstand the swarm of feral boars. Offering intent to use it on this executioner. Yeah, that's the thing that lets you buy more territory. Once you're in post-game, it just stays there. Or with intent to overhaul. Unlock 3 plots that already have forest on them. Yes. They also have a way to cash out those forests. This is not a bad setup for extruding rats into the back corner instead. Yeah, it's like I would want to cash out those woods. best in ham. Now those woods are topped off, and the rats are at level 10. Got some +7 rats, a fine core. Those are doing well enough as a single pile of rats. Would smith them up. Sharpen the rats on the anvil. Plant an executioner. Knowing that I will overhaul this executioner into thousands of rats. The boar riders are thriving. Cavalry is one of those mechanics that I've spent a while not expecting to be particularly good. The numbers don't lie. Don't need to buy any units. Right, the base is also getting to benefit from the big overhaul spikes, since I have it set to +15. Big tree. What if wood was tall? Okay, that smith is now complete. So this anvil would be trying to go somewhere else. Drop in the fungus. And create another good double anvil place for something, a unit. A second fungus. I don't know if there's much benefit to doubling up on the mycelia. Since there's already been enough time. Peace with the wizards. Tabulator. Fire one of those off. Tabulator. Get that closer to ready to go off. $158 hogs to 189 riders now. The rats are siphoning value off of the farm. Wild card. Tabulate. Yeah, more casts of Procreate will help even things out. Boiled from the deep. Mobilize the Hog Riders. Continue to make the tree even taller. The Hog Riders just vibrate forward. Yeah, this has been an all-class perks run, and these are all good. Each time these have shown up, it's been like, yeah, that's on plan. I should do that. King of Wood is pretty cohesive. Let's slide a tower in here. Got a quarry going. Yeah, over-leveling the Treant is giving it the power to just influence the entire battlefield at once. Good stuff. Even larger hog. I'll take a stack of rats. Stacks of Gigantify. Steel plating? Okay, I already have one steel plating on the hogs. Add steel to the paladins. Not really using any of Greed King's tools. Take science and nature. Create society? Baffling. Right. Civilization made of wood. Hey, overhaul. Okay, facing the question of what else would I even add to this loadout. Second pair of hog cavalry on this side of the farm. Maybe another forest there. Some kind of unit tucked away in there. Or between two forests, that'd be a good place for walls. I need to fight Stone King. Rats. Rats that ride hogs. An additional pile of rats, and we'll create the rat chain here. Or the stats will catch up to me. Once the other realms heard of the founding of a second hog farm, they had to light the beacon. That was without any of Wood King's class perks. Hog riders, though. Powerful stuff. Let's see here. Treant attacks harder. I can now take you out of there. There. Start with a forest in your hand. Start with 4 forests in your hand, sure. 10% more poison. Get a copy of Procreate every time you lose a life. All nature troops get more quantity. Powerful stuff. Now, the King of Rocks. For whom I also have no class perks unlocked. For whom I have done no runs yet. Rock Fortress places towers on the battlefield for the duration of one fight. I'm gonna give you a chance. This is your home. And the Stone Army make this work. Okay, I need to find walls. Living dangerously. Ballmaker. Okay, watching them in motion now, so part of the intended functionality here for the trappers is that the enemy melee units will try to chase them into the minefield and suffer accordingly. Prophecy. You hate to see it? Start farming Ballistae, though. Yeah, that's what's been missing from the trappers as an element in other force compositions. Since then as well, if they're just kind of meandering back and forth in front of other armies, they tend to get shot up by skirmishers long before they get a chance to do their thing. Whereas with Dirt Army, the Ballistae also live back here on the skirmish line. Declare war against group. boosting the stronghold. Not looking great at the moment. Unit count is just so low for baseline Earth units. Fence is not able to help much here. Alright, let's start to see some stone perks. What do you got? Flamethrower AoE. Nothing and progress. Okay, let's immediately borrow a frontline unit. That'll get the quarry to start revving up. Outward home. And I can drop that smith there. Start to have good damage scaling on the stronghold. Blessing of double HP here. What will become the home of the rats? units are evaporating so quickly, though. Barely scraping by there. Alright, take a paladin. War against wood. Wood and stone can be allies. Slime. Into earthworks. Into slime. Into death. Cauldrons create more poison. Poison bullets might be the start of something. A lot of effective firepower. Prophecy, double HP over there. So I want to get a wall maker on that spot. And some forests set up. Anyway, what do I clone? A rats. And begin the rat chain. Not much yet. Rats can dream. My lord.
Beep.
The battle against nothing. That's now upgrading Trapper. Also upgrades both rats. Upgrading the ballista. Upgrades both rats. I'd still rather have a wall there, but 3x rat chain. Ballista farm is a good plan. Ballistae are held back by their low unit count. I can always earthwork small quantities of rats. Formation is starting to function. Couple turns left before the peacetime blessing. Okay, pick up these rats. I will not have time to get a wall maker in there reliably. The next fight is stone. Enough money that I could get some fences running, or ensure the propagation of more rats. Bell to summon the wall maker. As will happen. I can still get it set up with a forest. Just need one more bit of earthworking tech. And begin to scale the fence. Rats. Kind, gentle rats. Earthwork of the walls. Put the walls back down. Then I set up the woods. The fence can start to grow. Stronghold's doing a lot of work. Upgrading the farm will also operate the rat chain. long-term investment in rats. Proper rat-based portfolio. First hit of the run. Trappers are already fully upgraded. List here. Only the rat chain were in contact with the stronghold. Stronghold, which is my major damage dealer, so let me upgrade that a bit. With nature. Trebuchet, also good to deploy. This tower isn't doing anything for me, the scout tower. Ditch that. Trebuchet. Wild card. Upgrade the fences to full power. 3,000 health of fence is much more significant now. Healthy carpet of rats. Throw some steel coating on ballista. Procreate the trappers. Use the X-ray to hit 2 rats. Thus hit all rats. Yeah, the mines accumulate between waves. Also get a rank of Stronghold out of that. I already have this tile. Here, the alliance between dirt and rats reaches its strongest. Dig up this forest. Rebuild this forest. 2 more hits on the rat chain. Oh, the cauldron is still only level 1. Yes, I should wildcard that. Building merchant. I can afford only one thing. I'll take the cauldron. And quantity of rats withstand the king of science. You got this, rats. Deem these rats acceptable. No, this is my hand, right? Not a draft pool. Now they've proven themselves so effectively, I should extend the carpet of rats even further. Act the king of spells. Going to actually pop those rats. You plant them over here so I can access that wall maker. Another couple layers of rat upgrade. Blood would get along well with this. The rats would be good fuel. Deploy the concabulator, which activating that in front of an ocean of rats should be quite dramatic. We got the 2 towers and don't have any quarries running yet. Love to see 3 more rats with which to connect the stronghold to the rat mesh. Fire to the back corner. And of course now all the core rats are so deeply entrenched. Off that spire. What do I got? Better. Okay, I can wild card. There's now 2 rats. earthwork them. Spread things out. And I need some sacrificial material for that overhaul. Hit. So it goes. Stone King is strange. Is one of the factions that begins to ask you to like really rotate how you think about things. Though even that might work better with more of its perks online. Taking a hit gives you walls. Start with random towers. Ballistae have more quantity. However, King of Rats. The year 572. The mothership, which deploys onto the battlefield like a unit. Rat tower, which generates fresh rats. The mothership very underperforms, at least early on. I've seen it said that the mothership can be made very powerful. It moves very slowly. It's easy for... A lot of armies have units that can outrun the mothership. So if it's left as the last thing trying to defeat a charge, it will simply fail to do any damage. Quite delicate. You got it. Increase rats? Don't mind if I do. ship barely holding its own. My lord, we foresee in 9 years. Not much. Strangely quiet, the 9-year forecast. Very awkward startup. The nature of the science tools. They don't cold start very well. But increase the level cap. All science troops. By 4? Even more potential. Part of the game plan here is I still want to leave space open to construct a rat mesh. Try to keep the converter tower up. Library is good sacrifice fodder. Ratmaker 2. It would be good to plant Reinforce on something to perhaps harvest the long-term benefits of Reinforce. But first I need to have enough going on to not die. Look at that. Yeah, I'll still take it. That's 3 cards. Also, I would need a unit that deals damage, which for now is not present on the board. farm defenders. Well, it does damage by reflecting. It doesn't have a damage stat of its own. The converter is a building, so I can't put enchantments on it. I've left myself with nothing but spells. Terrible. Things are at least stable with Rat Converter 3 going. Steel coating. Population boost over there. That will help the defenders do more. A fence would be a big force multiplier here. Rat. First available rat. Yeah, because the converted rats don't have much of a chance to accomplish anything as they go scooting along in the general direction of the enemy. Alright, consume this library. The rats eat the books. Absorb the science within. Too slow. Read and nothing. Overhaul in the starting hand. Early lab rat. Want to hold on to that overhaul. Need to put the defenders out. Gentrify with 4 things on the table feels a little better. Steel coating on the defenders again. Be broke. You got it. Beacon on the mothership. This is my primary damage source. It is likely to stay that way. Somehow they get faster. Mercenaries might do to help hold the line. And if they fail at this, I can overhaul them into my other units. Yeah, they're not doing great over there. Defenders are thriving, though. Yeah. Beacon up the mothership. Then start a second pile of defenders. Steel coat. Okay. Creature shop. And buy rat. And defender. Extend. Rat matrix. Stall. base form of the second defender stack. Upgrade the mothership. Sending power into the rat matrix. Still too slow. Blood and magic. Starting with executioners. What if a gun? Starting with a concabulator. Okay, that's something. Prophecy of Illumination. It's moving a little better so far. synergizes well that the executioners ignore the enemy tanks, and the mothership instead deals with everything in the initial heap. Chain lightning would get along well with the rifles. True. Fender's out now, though. Ah, ogre. Extremely powerful unit, actually. That's ideal ogre terrain. He'd even go so far as to remove the cemetery. The ogre, which grows when surrounded by empty territory. Pick up a starter rat. Drop the ogre here. And go all in on the ogre. I can start forming a perimeter of rats. So, wild card on the concabulator. Earthworks on the now level 2 rats? Yes, level 2 rats. Which I can begin to lay the mesh. Yeah, sacrificing one of those sides for a farm is a worthwhile exchange for the ogres. Okay, wall maker. Wallmaker is worth seeing. Yeah, so the rats will want to go the long way around. Second encounter with Rainbow Army? Or right now, I got that in a shop. Only encounter with Rainbow Army. Rainbow Army could hand me another ogre to finish the ogres. duplicate a rat. Echo form. Could backfire and move the rats over here instead. That's always a possibility. Now, just overhaul. Hit the rats, hit the fences. Hit a lot of things. Going with the boosted level caps for progress troops. Which is another reason to strongly favor science units over other options. Yeah, if I'm willing to make this a longer process, I could block with the cemetery, giving up 2 dicks. Then I'll echo form those rats over there. Then I'll have to find something to demolish the cemetery with. Wizard army, quite potent though. Or just find a rat in pocket. Well, no, because that now has its own uses. Kinda stuck waiting on earthwork. Try and excavate more land. Actually using the echo form will take a while. Doubling the ogre would be pretty powerful. Potentially. The longer I hold on to this echo form, the beefier the options for it will become. Sacrifice, you're good to see. You solve problems. There. The ogres. The rats vibrate with increasing power. Gonna miss out on 2 of those illuminations. But one of them will hit the rats, so that's fine. That's like I'm getting all of them anyway. Yes, and now every upgrade to the mothership activates the rat chain. Yeah, the ogres are their own scaling device. And by all stats, it means all stats. So these become like the demons. They will grow tall and fierce. Copy of Overhaul. Don't have anything to burn with it. Well, I can apply Carnage to some rats first. So then if I can excavate that corner tile, I can echo form those rats. So cemetery. Speaking of echo form, I only have linear growth of the active rat zone. But with patience, I can extrude a full rat perimeter. Or I will die in a moment. Or the mothership has become quite fearsome. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Vendors are already fully leveled. Take another rat for the pile. Could get the cemetery out and then overhaul safely. Next opponent is stone. Or cemetery. Useless in that position. I could have set it there to let it actively do things where it's one turn it's going to be up. Do value the ogres though. They are growing steadily. All 9 of them. Earthwork. Hi. Would be more useful. I don't have any converters active though. Double health. Sounds great. Lose 5 ranks of rat. It would increase the surface area of the rats. Also, wait, and I would get some of that back anyway once I throw one of those into the rat chain, because it will be multiplied back out by all 5 active rats. Anyway, overhaul. So, some mitigation. Mothership at +5 is doing okay. Plus gen on the ogres. But one of the stats they gain is movement speed, so very quickly they become able to teleport into fire. They get to work, they stay at work. Demon Altar wouldn't be a bad install. Vampirism for the ogres, though. I'll make peace with... Yeah, peace with blood. I want to stay at war with Earth in the hopes of getting more territory unlocked. Plenty of cash going into the next shop. Place one rat. Outside of the chain. Offering that rat in the hopes of receiving relevant spells for the betterment of the colony. Gross. Okay, earthworking shop then. What'd I get? Procreate the ogres. Wild card. No, the mothership is now full up. Alright. Wild card the executioners, right? I do need to fill out the rest of the level cap on the lads. Overinvest. Ogre invest. Yeah. $15 rats at the root. I should throw that other rat onto the chain. Work deployed. Okay, so I should earthwork that rat. And purchase this tile. Now the rats can continue to extrude around that corner, and I can drop the concabulator onto the field. And now I even have a junk tile over here to put sacrificial units on. Ogres already have combustion. Get them some static. Gentrify. The investment is paying off. The ogres have matured into something that can carry the run. the walls over. Just rebuilding the whole wall maker, one tile down the road. Low concabulator. Or concabulator. Earthwork gives you 2 concabulator and 1 broken concabulator. I have the offering in hand to sacrifice this. Next turn. If I had a shrine, that would be a way to indefinitely keep providing power to the rats. Nice automated method. Jobs left. Alright. There you are. Oh. Sacrifice the broken encabulator. Well, no, if I had earthworked it again, perhaps the scam would have continued. Well, I can always... Wild card. Earthwork. Keep building and unbuilding the concabulator. Science! Clone the humble rat. Room to upgrade those defenders. Certainly the ambition to complete the circuit. We deem these rats acceptable. I know the blood gates are open for extending the territory. Now, once the ogres are at full power, they go. They do not stop. All to extract that concabulator. Flare against nature. Hmm. This is a build that doesn't care about work cycles on buildings for now. If I have the shrine, had the shrine, that would accept overwork. Don't have summons. Just take the money, or there, there you are. Level 57, level 60 rats. Yeah, fence doesn't matter anymore. Anything that gets through these rats will not be stopped by a palisade. Unit shop. Carry rat. Oh, it's a bit of a niche good. Ricochet as a sacrifice for that offering. Bone as a means of generating further rats. My business with the King of Stone has concluded. Now that I can buy terrain. Now that I have access to level 10,000 rats. Right. Bone. Rat. Sure, take a combustion. Chaos increases. The ogres are still holding up for now. Concabulator. Clone the concabulator. Potentially set myself up to mortgage a broken concabulator. Okay, there's all the DNA that I need. Yeah, also the middle step simply excites the rats. No, a defender. Also good. Buy that tile. And then the next time I have a rat or rat source to spare, put them in contact with the defenders. Supposing I didn't just take them to the replacement level cap, I think I have. Mortgage off the broken concabulator. Yeah, they're now capped out. Well, important rat business. The wild carding the flamethrower to generate rat activity. It's an option. Peace with the King of Greed, not really using your kid. The ritual nears its completion. One of these happens to be level 3 rats. 2 rats. Level 3 rats. Purchase. The seal is formed. $10,000 rats. With these barriers. In the event that an ogre is somehow defeated, it will slap back. This rat is still level 3. Can also earthwork to just briefly exhume and replace the rats, generating more waves of rat energy. Yes, they're both level 3, so I can... magnify the rats. Simply pick up the rats. Count and sort the rats. Put them back down. Now you have more rats. Conducted the census of rats. Building merchant. Took a moment for the ogres to figure out where they were standing. And we'll be peace with the blood. Holding a sacrifice, which could be used to get 2 stacks of rat off of the recycling. Take more spells, though. I could then also place and then overhaul this rat. The ogre grows its stats by being next to empty squares quite aggressively. What I could recycle other units. Well, even to just like build up a fresh stack of executioners, because I haven't been putting any scaling stats on these. They are mere mortals. And could be exchanged for thousands of rats. Make the ogres poisonous. I could fill the corners with even more rats. Attack the king of nothing. Very tall wizards have managed to pierce the rats. So it goes. Innovation. The Admiral. Yeah, that was the power of Shaman. Take anything and make it tall. So, converters have more attack speed. Start with copies of Reinforce. Mothership moves and attacks faster. Power of 7 of 9 kings.